And good morning. Welcome to my virtual trading journal. Let's see if everything's happening the way it's supposed to here. Refresh. There we go. Stream looks like it's trickling down the hill, all right. It's Monday, the 28th of July. And get myself straightened around here. I did some maintenance things this weekend, as I always do in the machines. So this is my virtual trading journal. It's the 28th of July 2025 at 0800 Central Standard Time. All times on my machines or my screens and that I refer to are Central Standard Time. The typical disclaimers apply. This is not for financial advice or trade advice, and past performance is not indicative of future results, and you can lose a lot of money trading. This is my virtual trading journal, my virtual trading journal. I see what I'm looking at here on the screens and capture video, and my voiceover gives some indication as to what I was thinking at that time. I believe that journaling is important, but I don't multitask that well or efficiently as I think I should. So if I, am diverted away from focusing on the screens and the price action to, do screen snaps and type stuff, I feel like it's not a good use of my time. So this seems to work quite well. I stream to YouTube for complete transparency and accountability. I have commitment. No trade will be made in these accounts after off the stream, and that's simple. It's not. They do not. I do not. That's the reason the stream lasts so long. Actually, is because I do start the pre-market every day now at 8 o'clock in the morning, and wait in anticipation of the open, and then I stream all day until 1500. Sometimes I'm not, stepped away, or I don't sit here and talk for 7 hours straight. But the stream is active so that if I do engage in a trade, it's all completely captured and fully transparent. All right. What else was the stream is not monetized in any way. So, like, subscribe, that would be cool. And in so saying that, you need to realize that the purpose of this stream is my trading journal. I'm not motivated by, I'm not being paid by YouTube or anybody else. So this is what I do. Okay. Now, this is a pretty weird week. Stand by. I think I'm going to have a sneeze attack here. Wow. All right. The going to be a pretty crazy week, actually. Excuse me. We have 18 3-star news events this week, including on Friday non-farm payroll, because this is the last week of the month, and Friday will be the first Friday of the new month. That's how that works. We also have a ton of earnings coming out in this week. And then you throw on top of that the random risk danger from, tweets and whatever else that might come. It's going to be a real rodeo, I believe. This is we only have a 2-year note auction and a 5-year note auction today at 11 o'clock. That's Monday. But here's the week. Tuesday, durable goods, consumer confidence, JOLTS report, non-farm payroll GDP, crude oil inventories, FOMC statement, press conference, rate decision, excuse me, core PCE, initial jobless claims. Friday, we've got the mother of them all. We got non-farm payroll, average hourly earnings, ISM manufacturing. It's going to be quite a week, as you can see. And then we have, don't forget, wait for it, we have earnings. And here's our earnings for today. But we've got Visa, United Healthcare, Merck, Microsoft, Meta, ARM, Qualcomm, Apple, Amazon, MasterCard. It's going to be quite the week here. Look at Thursday. Wow. Exxon, Chevron, the industry, or the energies come in, Lind. Wow. Yeah. So anyway, it's going to be an exciting week and a real good week, in my opinion. To be extremely cautious, sitting on your hands is a really good opportunity, possibility. Trump is, like usual, making random threats and stuff that who knows what will happen after that. This big EU deal that they're touting at 15%. Okay. Well, the previous consistent tariff was 10%, so that's 5% increase. However, with all of the uncertainty and this random noise that's been going on since November, the dollar has depreciated nearly 20%. So we're 10% in the hole as a country. That needs to be, of course, that news will never be put out there. Trump signed the Doge cost savings and firing people. He signed a $1.3 billion contract to build concentration camp for detention center for, I guess, I don't know how many immigrants he's planning or who exactly it is he's planning to detain and then deport, but, $1 billion. That seems like a lot of salaries and stuff could have gone into that. And I'm not so sure that it's, that's value for dollar, but you never know. Anyway, so I'm not going to get off on a tangent here, but there's so many things that just, I refer to this now as random risk because you don't know when or what might happen. Okay, this is Bookmap. This is my execution platform. You can see where I mark the start of every session. Here is a previous RTH high, and here's where we're trading. So we would be looking at about a 2-point gap if we opened right now. They traded them up a little bit. They opened them about 23 higher, handles higher, and then they just, on that ridiculous news about the EU, and then now they're down back to reality again. This is my IRT charting. This is the Renko for the ES. You can see where we opened them up. Here's the close of Friday. This is the full session. Try to get this a little more. There you go. This is Friday's, this is Friday's trade. Here's the overnight for Friday, previous, Thursday night, Friday morning. And here is Friday's, this is Friday's trade, and here is the overnight starting at 1700 last night. ES Mini, NQ Mini, ES Micro Composite, and the ES Market Profile. I also plot the micros for the same instrument, same charts. The Micro Composite chart is a high-level view and pretty pretty important in my world. This is a full session, RTH, a day session, I'm sorry, and these are RTH bars, daily bars. I was kind of looking at the big picture here and got this a little, maybe the perspective is a bit off, but the way this chart works is as long as price overlaps, I draw a volume profile around it. Get that down so it's easier to see. I draw a volume profile around there, and that generates then a MCVPOC and the high and low volume nodes. At the end of the week last week, we had quite a discrepancy here with these days and a gap up that didn't close. So I start a new volume micro composite and therefore get a new MCVPOC and these red and green lines are the high and low volume nodes, which push automatically to bookmap, as do these session prices. Excuse me 1 second. We're getting ready to close that gap, so we will not be in a gap open configuration, doesn't look like. Here's bookmap again. This is the micro composite column. You can see where I manually enter the naked volume points of control and the all-time high and those kind of things. This is the high and low volume nodes column, which will be propagated like, if I can find one here, probably not yet. No, there's one. There's a couple of them from previous. This is the full session volume profile, which started plotting at 1700 last night, and it is the Globex or the full session. This is not the ETH. This is the RTH session, which will reset this morning at 8:30 when we open. My notes column here, which is pretty important for me. First thing I do is change the title of this column to the open type for the day, this upcoming RTH session. Well, at this moment, we will be higher out of range. And how do you determine that? Well, where we will open today's RTH session as it relates to the previous RTH session close and the previous RTH session range. Here's the previous RTH, or I'm sorry, that's the overnight low. And right underneath it here is the previous RTH high right there. So we're either going to be higher out of range or higher in range, depending on a tick either way. So the first thing I would do then is change this to higher. I'm going to go with, I think they're going to be in range the way they're trading it down. May change. That will also influence or decide which statistics I will use associated with the session prices. And this column I also use to flag the migrating VPOCs. These are the session prices from IRT. And then this is the heat map. And you'll notice that there's no indicators on my book map or my IRT. There is a POC for both the full session and the RTH. There is a VWAP for both, and there is a, they're here, trust me. And there's a mid for the RTH session only. We also have a couple of lines, which I'll try to, there you go, IB high and IB low. These are just the acronym initial balance from market profile era. And all these two levels really represent are the high and low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. That's all there is to it. The POCs, also not mysterious or magical. They just mark the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. And at this point, we've traded 3,861 contracts at 45. The second that one of these says 3,862, one of these price levels, right here, for example, down here, this yellow line will move down there. That's all there's to it. Now we traded into and closed the gap, and now we're back out of it again. So this could turn into a higher out of range. Nitpicking. I hate it when it does this. The statistics are derived from the IRT setup and from this study. Here's where we opened on Friday. IRT will highlight the correct column once we open. So it's either going to be higher in range here or higher out of range over here. There's only 4 types: gap up, gap down, and the 2 insides, right? The 2 in range. The study is very simple, as is everything else with my charting stuff. Looks back at 2,000 days. Of these 2,000 days, we opened higher in range. I think we're probably going to open higher out of range now. Okay, so let's look at that. Of these 2,000 days, we opened higher out of range 514 days. Of these days, we opened higher out of range. Price revisited the overnight volume point of control 414 times for 80.5%. Overnight volume point of control, 80.5. And that is exactly how tough it is right there. It's not magic. It's not anything. It's math, statistics, period. Now, is it guaranteed we're going to get to this price? No, because there's a 19.5% probability that we will not. There's an 80.5% probability that we will. That's pretty good. And that's what it is. It is a statistical probability looking back at 2,000 days, and I will stop right there and remind everyone, probably the most important statement you ever hear trading, but everybody just blows past. Past performance is not indicative of future results. The market is random. It's a statistical fact that the outcome of the next trade is 50-50. And past performance, the previous data set, means nothing about the next occurrence. So take that on board. And good morning. Anyone? Drop something in the chat. Click the thumbs up thing. Say hello, whatever. It's nice to have a little feedback. So there we go. And now we'll move on to the next statistic here, which is how this works. I just simply go down the list. There's the overnight volume point of control. Here's the overnight high, 77.4, assuming that we open higher out of range, which at this point we are. And only by a scotch, right? There's a previous RTH high, and we're, a handle above it, or a couple of handles above it? That's not much. 77.4 is the overnight high. Now what we need to do is get up here, and you'll see that this is the overnight, right? So it's hiding right underneath it there. Okay. The IB high is 65.8. Well, I'd say that's a pretty far reach, but let's give it a whirl. 65.8. And now this is important. IBH. Why do I do that? Well, remember that this flag simply marks the high, and the other one, the IB low, marks the low of the first 1 hour of this upcoming RTH session. So the minute our RTH session starts at 8:30, this is going to move. So I add the initials here so I remember what the hell 65.8% represented. Previous high is 65. Well, we know that that's right there. And this will give you something to chew on that's important to understand. These are probabilities of price revisiting these levels, these price levels, within the upcoming RTH session. Okay, this is the probability of the number of times this level was revisited in an higher out of range. Got to change that. Higher out of range configuration. Looking back at 2,000 days. Now use your head. 65%, and here's 65.8. Well, if we're going to get down here, which is a greater percentage than up here, this is pretty sure going to get taken out, isn't it? So these are not hard, fast lines. These are probabilities. Looking back over 2,000 days. 64.2% is the overnight mid. And that is someplace around here, I promise you. Also hidden under here, I am sure. Right there. 64.2. Where'd all the big ones go, huh? All right, now before I forget this, well, now we're back down to the previous high again. I don't know. This is going to irritate me. I'm going to stop doing the levels now. I'm sure you understand how that works, and I'm going to wait till see where they open them. Right now, we've just come back through, so it's higher in range again, so these levels would be changing. Not dramatically, but substantially on a couple of them. So, yeah, I'm so excited. I love it when they do this. Maybe not. Okay, so there is that. And what are we going to do now? Well, it's time for the world famous, all important TLab snap. And what you say is the hell is that? Well, I'll explain. The TLab, you'll notice how terrible I am at multitasking here. Talking and typing is just about outside my scope of things to do. Either one well. The TLab is a bookmap Discord chat room started by a fellow named Tom B, and he maintains it to this day. First thing is, it's completely free. You don't even have to be a subscriber to Bookmap, which is pretty phenomenal because it's their marketing tool. And you will never be solicited for anything in the TLab. All right. Now, you do have to join the Bookmap Discord server, of course. And once you do that, navigate to this right here, Traders Lab by Tom B. And there's my snap, which I put in there every morning about 8:20. I also do a numbers and reports thing early in the morning around 6. But I put this snap in every day just to give people in there that don't have similar charting all the numbers they might want to have for the day, right? And that's that. So the TLab by Tom B. It's the only site that I recommend, even on the Bookmap Discord area, because I have certainly not been to all of them, and I think there's quite a few chat rooms in there. The other two that I did visit once briefly were more typical, and the person was selling something pretty much straight out of the gate. So, which is completely fine in their business, and it's also the business of Bookmap if they want to support that. But it isn't something I'm interested in, and therefore my only recommendation recommendation is the TLab by Tom B. He doesn't trade live. and he doesn't call trades. That's important to know. But he has good philosophy about trading, and he's an experienced professional trader, about 46 years. You're never going to see a gold chain or a wrapped Lambo, I'm pretty sure. But I think it's quite obvious that he's comfortably successful in what he does. And what he does is trading. So there you go. Excuse me. Okay, and there we have that. Now something that's pretty important. What is this now? I'm not sure. NVIDIA Corporation, huh? Allow ones. We'll allow that. I don't know what that was about, but anyway, we'll see. The next thing that's pretty important if you're going to be a trader, I guess, is to be able to trade, eh? So we need to, in order to trade with Bookmap, you have to click this button right here, which activates the trade control panel. Here, and then you select the way you're going to interact with this application to trade with your mouse. If you choose chart, you can only trade with the mouse in this active data column. If you choose dome, you can only trade with your mouse in the dome columns. If you choose both, guess what? You can do it in both. Now, you can always trade as long as the trade panel has been something has been selected over here. You can always trade with your keyboard hotkeys if you set them, once you've set them up. But the thing with the keyboard is the focus of the computer has got to be on this application for that to work, and that's normal for any Windows or Apple application. So that's not an issue. The next thing I need to do is I select and trade with multi-brackets. I use a risk-neutral trading philosophy and system. You need to have even numbers of contracts. The stop for your entire package is at one level. In my case, it's 12 ticks in this configuration. Then the first risk-neutral take profit target is for the same number of ticks as the stop in the positive, obviously, and for half of the package. So the minute you achieve this target, the trade is risk neutral, and the worst that you can do is scratch. And then the runner. If it's a 4-lot package, guess what happens? 4 lots, same price, half the package, and then 2 more runners. It's real simple. But I can't stress enough the psychological boost you get or relief you get the minute you take that risk neutral scale. It's pretty cool, pretty important, I think, to me anyway, for sure. I also do the multi thing here because this account is a TopStep combine. Now we're going to be lower in range or higher in range. So there we go. Is a TopStep combine, and it copies to 4 other accounts. My thinking here was to take this, or I should say record or document this process from start through XFA and live account, 100% transparent, 100% accountable via the recordings here. Another reason I stream to YouTube, by the way, is I can review the streams on any device. I don't have to be standing here at the desk. So there's that. And one last thing I do, once I've selected my risk neutral package, I confirm the package size, and then I click the button again. Gives me that real estate back on the screen. And I have the same data up here. I've selected it so that it only reflects in ticks, not dollars, because I don't believe you should trade your P&L. And then there's a cancel all and a close all button, so that's all I would need to do. And there you have that. And we're going to open here in about 30 seconds, and hold your breath that this damn thing is going to reset as it's supposed to. Let's see what happens. Okay. Yeah. Well, that looks like the open, and that looks like we didn't reset like as we were supposed to. This column is configured to reset immediately at 8:30, and for some reason, it just doesn't do it anymore after the last update, and I have no explanation for it. Except for that crap. There we reset now. Aggregation. It's not utilizing the memory properly that's available, and I can't explain that. This thing has 64 gigs of DDR5 memory or RAM in it. It's only running 2 programs. Well, 3. There's Rhythmic, there's IRT, and there's Bookmap. So, go figure. I'm about tired of it, I'll tell you that right now. And now I'll start flagging the VPOCs, the migrating volume points of control. So I'm going to say it was right there at one point. And I do that like this. I do that because as the day wears on, I want all the data that I think is important to trade right here in front of me on the hard right edge. And yes, this yellow line will continue to plot all day through the whole session or many sessions, but pretty soon it'll scroll off the left of the screen so you can't see it. Now we have taken out our previous RTH high. There was no gap. We've touched all of these up and down a couple of times. We didn't quite get down to the previous point of control. Well, as soon as I say that, of course, that's what we do. From Friday, this is the point of control at the close of Friday. And there we go, past there. We still have our levels up here. Now this is for the overnight mid, which changed when we did this little maneuver down here. I will now change the charting from full session to day session only. My IRT stuff. That will affect a couple of these flags, session prices. We want to have the previous auction be the previous RTH auction. This thing is, holy crap. This thing is lagging all over the place. Not good. I'm not so sure what the problem is, but I'm pretty damn sick of it. And we got quite a crazy Ivan going on here, and an up and a down and a back and a forth, and everybody dance. We're having a square dance over here. Look at the levels stacked up here. Wow. Developing value area high, previous RTH high, value area high, IB high, and it's all within a fantastic 5-point range, basically. So, yeah, there's a lot of people going to get hammered with this. And chopped to pieces, you can bet on that. And there's a dollar wide, or dollar high, and session wide. Now, as soon as this calms down a little bit, I will mark the session. What I'm doing here, or why I do this now, is I try to keep the entire session visible in the heat map chart until I'm ready to, or approaching a level or some place I'm going to potentially engage with the market. Then I'm able to scroll in, but it really keeps me in line with context. And of course, it's important to note that we put in another frickin' all-time high in the overnight. So, I've talked about this till I'm sick of talking about it, but the day session people, the RTH traders, typically don't like or allow any level, especially an all-time high for an instrument like the ES, to be set by the overnight people and have it last for very long. This has been going on for 2 weeks now. Every session, some genius has got to put in a new all-time high. And this is whatever day this is, and this is the ETH. So now we have the date and everything set, and there's the ETH, which was put in last night, and here's the ATH, which was put in last Friday in the RTH session, and here it was in the ETH session. It's just ridiculous.
is open.
I think I'm on mute again. So yeah, it's going to be quite a week reports wise. I think I was on mute. So there's 18 3-star events this week. Let me see if I can pull those up quickly. And of course, that has nothing to do with the dear leader traveling about in Europe, you know. Durable goods, retail inventories, JOLTS report, consumer confidence, FOMC statement, interest rates, PCE, Chicago PMI, followed in hot pursuit by non-farm payroll and ISM manufacturing. So it's going to be a dandy week for reports if that's how you trade and you're good at them. Probably get rich this week, I guess. And of course, like I said a minute ago, it's the dear leaders also traveling about Europe, you know, making deals and stuff. So the random risk is heightened. And I don't know, maybe he's busy golfing and out of the time zone, so that might help us actually as far as the reporting stuff goes and the random risk and potential. The EU deal that was supposedly struck is, I don't think it's set in stone yet any more than some of the others that we've heard about. Maybe. What I heard or read was that it's 15% across the board tariff, which is just 5% increase from what had been in place forever, which was 10%. However, of course, this big circus that we've been having with, well, I'm going to tariff you, you know, we're going to put 150% tariffs, or blah, 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 all this uncertainty, the dollar has eroded. They've basically crashed the dollar around 20%. So we're net negative 15% on this 5% increase from tariffs in the EU, if in fact that happens. This is how I understand it. And I'm, you know, I am not anybody that's an economist or somebody that knows whether that's an accurate assessment or not. Please speak up, throw something in the chat, or do whatever. That's how I understand it, and just, you know, logical. Well, let's see. In that case, we got a 5% increase in tariffs, which means the American people will pay 5% more for anything from Europe. It's got nothing to do with Europe paying for anything. Of course, everybody knows that. They are taxes on the population here, the American people, and they are paid at the port of entry, not the port of embarkation or from the government that exported it or anything else. I don't know why that seems to be such a, I guess, you know, there's a certain group of the population over here that believes what they're told. And maybe I'm full of crap as a Christmas goose. Who knows? But I don't think so. Now, it's important to look here. We're $1 high. We're out almost 30 minutes. We're in a 8-handle range. And the levels are stacked all over each other. So there's absolutely no range requirement possible here, and it's just, you know, they've got the blender on and they're making retail soup. Is big batch of retail soup, and I suppose that's what's going to happen through the week, be my guess. We had a potential of a gap up opening, which we did not have. And today in particular, and on top of the reports, of course, is the earnings. Google, Meta, Microsoft, on and on through the week. And today, not so much, but, you know, it's they all start ramping up substantially tomorrow. So on top of the report, you know, all the numbers, there are the earnings. So magical. Let's see what I forgot about. Okay, so here are the numbers. And remember that investing.com is free. The Financial Juice is free. There are paid subscriptions, absolutely. But they're free, so, you know, I try to make sure I always use stuff that's available. Here's the earnings numbers. So Monday, Tuesday, Visa, United Healthcare, Royal Caribbean, not a hell of a lot of stuff. I'm Cisco, nothing I'm particularly interested in. Microsoft, Meta, ARM, Qualcomm, Wednesday. Same day as we have, and something I noticed this morning, this little moon means that they report after the bell. Obviously, the little sun guy means before the bell. Most of them are reporting. It looks to me like a high percentage of them report after the bell. Ford, Allstate, you know, basic consumer stuff that really gives an indication as to what's happening in the economy. And then Thursday, we've got Apple and Amazon and MasterCard and the S&P Globals. So, and then some energies comes sliding through the door Friday with the non-farm. So it's going to be a very interesting week. Absolutely. And what does... Yeah, well, I don't know how far we're going to get with China opening up their country, but you never know. And we're in a tight range. So that's where we are. For myself today, and as has been the case for the last several weeks, I'm vetting one setup at a time, and in this case, I'm working on the initial balance trades, which is I chose because, A, pretty hard to miss them, and second of all, there are two trades involved with the initial balance, and they give you the opportunity to trade with a trending market or with a rotating market. Others don't do that. Other setups that I'm aware of don't do that. the IB trade is, again, first of all, nothing to consider until after 9:30 Central Standard Time, at which time the initial balance is set. In other words, between now and 9:30, from the open until 9:30, i.e. the first 1 hour of trade of the RTH session, the high goes up with price and the low goes down with price. However, that price action moves. At 9:30, they don't go anyplace anymore. They quit moving. That means the IB statistic is set. The IB statistic itself is a widely understood old market profile calculation, or they identified the statistic way back then, and it says real simply that there's a greater than 97% probability in all four open types that the IB high or the IB low will be exceeded by price in the balance of the current RTH session. Hard to trade. Is it the high? Is it the low? Is it 1 millisecond after 9:30? Is it 1 millisecond before 1600? You know what I mean? But that's the statistic. So for this IB continuation, or the IB trade setup that I'm working on, there are two possibilities then. There is the IB continuation trade, which means we would trade up through the high here, for example, test back down and continue on. That would be applicable to a directional market. There's the IB failure, which is you come up here, can't get anywhere, come back inside and trade back to the mean. And that is essentially a mean reversion trade. Outside in, and applicable or expected to happen in a rotating market. Friday, I did not take the IB continuation trade because when the IB set and when we got to that point, we were in a rotational market. At the end of the day, it looked like, yeah, it had traveled on. It had gone directional. But at that point, the IB was, I was anticipating a rotational trade or the IB mean reversion trade. So there you go. And then further things apply, the range requirement and those kinds of stuff. Is there enough meat on the bone? For example, 24 quarter. Test out, come back. Is there enough meat on the bone to go from 24 quarter to 28 half? That's 4.25 points. That's barely the risk neutral scale, and then there you are at the target at the mean. So, those are the things where discretion comes in from my point of view. So there you go. And we will stand by until that happens. It's gone 9 o'clock now. We have 28 minutes till the IB statistic becomes active. And no news reports. So, yeah. Okay. And then we pushed that IB high up a point. Jesus, we're over 10 handles now. 10 handles wide. Looky there. Oh boy. Huh? Yeah, I'm not gonna. I jumped over there to the TLab and they're just trading the hell out of them. I don't wish them a lot of luck. They're better than me, that's for sure. I'm going to stay patient and wait for my IBs set up. And also, it's worth saying at this point in advance, two things. I'm not going to trade in anticipation toward the statistic. For what I mean by that is, and I tried this for quite a, early on. Okay, let's see, we're above the VPOC, we're above the mid, here's the IB high, we're going to probably take the IB high. And I would try to trade up to that. Well, that's the wrong way to approach it, I believe. So after the IB sets, then I assess the current market environment and the context and go from there. That's that. And also, this is an 11-point range or less, That is a real tight market and not conducive to a trade, right? It doesn't even, it just barely gets my risk neutral scale. It certainly doesn't suggest that it's going to get my T2, which is the point. So if necessary, and if that's the case, then I will stand here all frickin' day like I have for the last few days and watch. Depending on your time frame and your fractal, right? That's what this is all about. Remember that this is my virtual journal, so I'm approaching it from the point of view of how I view the market and want to trade. If you're good, if you're happy with 3-point profit to the first obstacle, perhaps getting down to the mean for a walloping 6 points, that's great. Then this is your kind of day. If you're a range trader and you shorten the top and trading to the mean, there's not enough meat on the bone there for me because it just barely gets to my risk neutral scale and it doesn't take me any further. So You know, here I stand. Hey, Panda. You going to say hi? Hmm? What you want to do? You want to say hi? Wow. So we are in a real tight 6-handle range now, basically. I guess it's really only, I'm sorry, 10-handle range. Tight rotation. Mean is centrally positioned. It's pretty much of a pretty classic Gaussian distribution here. There's this little fractal or this little consolidation down here at the bottom. But it's a real good environment to get your ass handed to you. Now, it's because of the tight range, of course. It's not any huge volatility. So I guess if you're, like I said, if you want to take mean reversion trades with a 1.5 to the first obstacle and a couple more obstacles after that, and then you get to the mean in a walloping 4 points. If that's your trade plan and that's how you trade, that's great. That wouldn't work in the way I approach trading. So, and of course, this is nothing but diddling in the middle, right? Remember that the POC is just the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. In this case, it's 10,634. What's that mean, really? It means this is the most revisited price. The most likely you are to get chopped up is trading in the middle out. In my opinion. And I think that opinion is held by quite a few. And you have to be careful that you don't let your bias start. Humans are really, really good at seeing, recognizing, or in some cases, imagining patterns. Is this market out of balance? Is this market, exploring higher? Well, by what? Half a point, maybe? That's because we wanted to get up and get the overnight volume point of control, and that all-time high, which was put in overnight, doesn't mean that's what the market is doing. And it also, what I'm saying right now, certainly doesn't mean that the market will not do that in the very near future. I mean, the second I finish that statement, this thing could take off like to the moon, Alice, and up we go. That's very possible. But for me, it's an unsure environment, and at this point, it's rotational. It's 10 handles. There's not enough room for a mean reversion trade on either end. Even if you took straight up, if you approached it from an asymmetrical trade point of view, entry point of view, right? Here we are. Okay, so you short, and you put your stop one tick above that IB high, or the other way around over here, one tick below the IB low. With the understanding and the logic in your mind before you did that trade, okay, if it goes one tick above that IB high, the trade failed and I'm out. No problem. And then the asymmetrical, risk to reward relationship of one tick compared to, what's this, 4 ticks, 5 ticks? 8, I guess. 8 ticks is okay, is enough for your trade plan and your risk tolerance and your account and all those things. That's the way to approach a day like this, I think. It's not in my trade plan, and I very definitely don't believe in changing your trade plan during the live trading session. You should analyze that, think about it, and do that in your homework period, your study period, whatever you call it, away from the live market. Is what I think. And remember, the old saying about opinions, right? We have crossed the Great Divide now, so the IB statistic is live. That happened right there at 9:30. So whichever one of these is taken out, then that will have satisfied the IB statistic. And I can tell you right now, from my point of view, I might as well go back to bed. Because at this point, now at the end of the day, maybe this will look exactly like the full set, like the overnight, right? Here we rotated forever, and then up we went. Maybe that's exactly what will happen here, much as as it is what happened on Friday. But at this point in time, I'm not remotely interested in trading because it's a rotational environment, which is, in my trade plan, suggests and qualifies the IB failure trade. And there's no range to take the IB failure trade. So there you go, grasshopper. That, you know, I don't know. And maybe this is rationalization on my part, but I don't think so. I think this is advanced logical thinking about my trade plan. And if it sounds like, horseshit and bus tickets, say something, somebody, because I believe it is the correct approach. We're not exploring higher. We're rotating. Now we are, well, what are we? We're a half a point. The POC is a half a point below the mid. So that means if that half a point is exploring, then okay. But and again, it could be just like Friday, where it was like this and I didn't do anything and it finally took out the IB high. I think, yeah, it was the IB high. And I was standing here thinking, well, it's not setting up in any way for the IB failure trade. And as it turns out, the IB continuation was the trade to take. It went on to more than a my T2 target. So I have to figure out a way to adapt to that. I thought about it and looked at it over the weekend. And it's one of the joys of trading, is when do you realize the tanker has turned? Typically not until after it has. Here's my idea of keeping the full day in range in view, or I should say the full range in view for the session. In the rearview mirror, if you're an internet influencer guy in a rearview mirror and that type, well, you quite obviously there was a retest of the IB low, and you got long, and you took it all the way up here, and then you got short up here when there was a double top up here, and down you came. And those are all actual things. But is there range there? Does it fit your trade plan? And that's the important part. It's like, a scalper. And I'm sure my trade plan and my time frame would be way too short, etc., for a swing trader or a investor. That's why time frame and perspective is so important. And recognizing that is really important. Right now, I can safely say, unless this market starts to do something dramatic, might as well go back to bed. There's nothing here for me to do. Even we're at this tight of rotation, if these obstacles weren't in here, you would at least have 34 to 29. You'd at least have 5 points from the IB high down to the mids. But with all those obstacles in the road on both sides, there's no range requirement. I would imagine building out like this, it would be pretty hard pressed to believe that the day would go this way for the next, whatever it is, 6 hours. I would pretty much imagine something's going to happen, but what and which way and where and all that stuff. That's typically why we watch for reports and why I keep an eye on them and go over the reports and what's coming up for the day and the week and stuff in the pre-market, because those are typically the events that interrupt the auction and precipitate a movement one way or the other. In this current environment, since November, pretty much, when we have a random risk component, which is not typical ever. Has it ever been typical? And even that seems pretty quiet today. I think it's because Trump's in Europe and Scotland or wherever they are now, and so there hasn't been any real shocking, breaking kind of news or comments to disrupt the auction. Oh, yeah. Well, we're 88% of the low in volume. We're only 88% of normal for this period of time in the session. Harmonic rotations up here, which I still haven't figured out exactly how to use them. I'll be completely honest. There's the ATR, about 3.75 so far. These are all delta divergences. And this is some statistics around the IB. What happened over here? Well, what happened here now? This is the SPX. And this is our old friend, the ES daily bars, which you can see. I mean, daily bars, I'm sorry. And this is open interest plotted down here. Even the SPX, look at it. You're just passing through the stream. Drop something in the chat. Say hello, so we know you're not. So I know I'm not dead. Of course, thumbs up, subscribe, send money, all those other influencer things to do. Trades every morning. I stream every morning from 8 o'clock in the morning with the pre-market, etc. Then the full cash session, which is 08:30 Central Standard Time till 1500 every day, 5 days a week. Because I have a commitment to take no trades here off the stream. And so that's why the stream has to be up for the full day. I don't want to be in a situation where I've cut the stream off or, ended the stream and then something happens that I want to interact with the market, because I would not be able to do that. It would be contrary to my commitment. I take that pretty seriously. One of the things that used to frustrate me a lot with a guy who I listened to when I was in KL a lot, a young fella who was trading and working and then decided he'd quit his job and go on to just trade, and has now gotten to be quite a big deal with Apex, I guess. This Matt, Trades by Matt, young fellow over in Austin, Texas here. But he would, I noticed that he would continually have a big losing day, be down, $3,000 or $4,000 or something like that. And the next morning it would be positive. And it was, well, yeah, I traded that after the stream when I could focus and I got all that back. Well, I'm not saying that is not 100% true, but it doesn't work for me because it's questionable, right? And so that's why this stream and this exercise I'm doing here is no trades off the stream. Stream is about 7 hours every day. And there's a times, there's chapters and timestamp and all that stuff, which I put in there at the end of the day after the stream is closed. It keeps track of them all day, but I have to add it to the stream as it's processing. Because who in their right mind is going to, stand and listen to 7 hours? Even myself, as this being my journal, I'm not going to stand here and listen to all 7 hours of it or listen to it in any way. So that's the reason for those timestamps and music, to try to get rid of the dead air and boringness and whatever else. But I recognized that one day in KL. Well, that's pretty interesting. And because they were live streams, you could go back at that time and look at the stream from the day before. And, after a few of those, you start to think, boy, I wonder if that's the truth or not. And I don't want that to be the case here. I don't want somebody to be wondering if I'm up to those tricks. And, remember that this is my trading journal and that my voiceover here is talking to myself. That's the initial. And if it helps anybody else or is of any benefit, that's fantastic. But the idea is that it's, so who would I be, who would I be kidding? Who would I be cheating? Me? How stupid is that? That's, I wouldn't be going there. Pretty sure. Amazing how. Now I can understand. I guess I can't understand doing. I would not do this myself, but I can understand these people that if you're making your money off of something besides trading, then you want to try to make it an environment where as many views or followers or whatever it is come along. I guess that's why they have multiple accounts and Photoshop their platforms and don't show really live trades and that stuff. I guess. I don't know. I'm not going to worry about it. It isn't important enough for me to worry about. I know what I'm doing, and there you are. There you have it. Well, this is no fun. It's a great exercise in self-control and no FOMO if you're, want to make something positive out of it. We never get over those feelings. They're hardwired into us from evolution. So these folks that say you've got to get over that or quit that or break those habits or whatever it is are just wasting their time. What you need to do is recognize them as starting to and recognize the impact and the effect that those chemicals and that wiring has on you as a person, as a trader, and then not react to it. Same with the dopamine and all those, that other side of the coin. And again, this is my journal and I'm talking to myself. So if it doesn't, if you don't think that sounds right, well, oops, excuse me. Believe and feel what you think are correct for you. I know I need to find something that has to do with caffeine or something here, or I'm going to be snoring into the microphone. pretty quick. Pretty tight range. The end of July seasonality, I believe, is one of the worst months, if I'm not mistaken. In terms of, and it only makes sense. I mean, it's when most of the A team traders are on vacation or whatever else it is, you know. It's like like Christmas. Unless you're going to be having a live stream from Aspen or somewhere, you might as well be doing something else too, because that's what everybody else is. This is definitely not any fun. And you know, very, very definitely, I would expect that we will have something will happen at some point here. What will be the precipitant for that? I don't know. Or the catalyst for that? I don't know. But you can bet your ass there's plenty of people that have taken more than one stop this morning because they couldn't just stand and realize it was a non-friendly environment. You know, we've got 269 contracts laying down here. It's 64.24. Came into the market at just after the open here. 849. Just kind of looking around here a little bit. There's always the big question about that. We got 352 down here too at 64.11. Don't forget. Look at that. What is that? Well, what a miracle. Isn't that amazing? It's the IB high from yesterday and just below value area low from yesterday. Friday, excuse me. So this market will undoubtedly move. It would be a real anomaly if we went the whole day like this, right? In fact, here's an interesting statistic, I think. Greater than 97% chance or probability that one or the other of these IB levels are exceeded by price. If you were, you know, I'm sure a lot of people have been going, oh, it's down here, and they're trading towards the low, for example. It doesn't matter. So what does that mean on a couple other scales? Well, the probability of both the IB high and low being taken out is 32%. Okay, neutral day. But here's the one that's really that I find interesting. First of all, here, let's look at the statistics. So this is the highlighted day. This is where we opened higher in range. 98% of the days of 604 days, looking back at 2,000 days, or we opened we took out the IB high or the IB low. That is the original statistic. And here is the IB high and low, 32%. But what does this tell you up here? This says that there is a 2% chance out of 2,000 days that neither the high or low will be taken out. In other words, will be inside and not take out either the IB high or the IB low. That's a pretty substantial statistic. And I mean, I believe my thinking is sound there, and that's correct. So this is only 10 o'clock in the morning. But if it were, 14:30, gone almost, we're heading into the close and we were right here, wouldn't it be a really high probability that we're going to take out this low because that's the closest one? That would be wouldn't really be a good trade, but it would be a reasonable bet, a reasonable gamble. Because it's only a 2% probability, meaning a 98% probability that one or the other is going to be taken out. So if you were down here and it was the end of the day, that's a way to go. I've actually taken one or two of those trades successfully. Couldn't tell you the day or the stream number or anything like that, but so that's an interesting part of this statistic, is looking at them from different, rather than just the well-known, most talked about statistic. Look at the other sides of it. That was actually I actually first realized that listening to FT71, Murad Askar, in a WebEx on Big Mike Trading, I don't know how many years ago. And what Murad was doing was he was demonstrating for the Big Mike crowd how to do statistics. And he had exported the data from IRT because at that time he was a big promoter for IRT, and Chad had done a lot of stuff for him. He'd exported the data, and he was demonstrating how you do the IB statistic in Excel with data from IRT. And I actually have that copy of that. It's still available, and you can still find that WebEx, but I have a link somewhere. Anyway, and he pointed out the fact that the IB high or low statistic is not a very easy one to trade. However, he said, but let's look at it this way. Let's say that you've already taken out, we're down here close. Let's say we've already taken the IB low. Okay, that means the 98% statistic has been satisfied. That means then that the 2% statistic is off the table. But there's a 32% probability of taking both, meaning after you've taken one, there's a 70 plus percent probability you will not take the other one. So his comment was, let's just pretend that this is what happened. Hey, Greg, what's up? GA, let's just pretend that this was the IB statistic, and his philosophy was, if you're trading down here close to the IB low, meaning you would take both high and low, then it was a good probability trade to go long down here because you only had a 30% chance, 32, that you're going to take this low out, and which then gives you a 68% chance you're going to go the other way. That was his philosophy, and I started thinking about that. Well, that makes real good sense to look at every different point of view of a statistic. Okay, and there's that. Are you rich yet there, Brother Brew? Oh, yeah. This is a real inhospitable market for trading. This is a great opportunity to just jump in the retail soup blender and come spitting out the other end, in my opinion. So nothing going on here. Nothing to see here. Move along, to be honest. Putting in quite a oh, good for you. So now you're flesh even with the with your XFA, and that's sweet. Now I would suggest, just you weren't here and I didn't post it in the TLab. There's 18 3-star events this week, none of which today. There's only 2 events today, and they're at 10 o'clock. It's auctions. 2 and 5 year, I think. But anyway, including PMI, consumer confidence, Fed interest rate, Fed news conference, and culminating on Friday with non-farm payroll and 2 or 3 others. I mean, it's in the stream, or you know, you have, I'm sure, Investor RT or investing.com. You can look for yourself. And that doesn't include a full calendar of important big earnings this week. Microsoft, Meta, Apple, on and on. So it's going to be the numbers week from hell here before too long. Yeah. So I would say it's a really good day good week to be real cautious. But, you know, you've already made money, so there you go. Certainly not giving advice, just thinking out loud here. You know what I mean? Like I said the other night, you're ahead of me by a long shot, so there you go. Yeah, absolutely. And that doesn't include, and you know, neither the earnings numbers nor the reports and news include the random risk potential. You know, Trump is still zooming around over in Europe, I think. Who in the hell knows? You know how that goes too. On top of everything else, not that there's anything wrong with that, but that's just that is an impact or a risk that we can't mitigate or recognize because we have no idea what it might be. Yeah, very definitely. If I were, I mean, not, you know, I'm not you, so you do whatever the hell, and like I said before, you made 12 grand to get to pass your combine, which is 33% more than you needed to, and in fact, that $3,000 over what you had to get is what the profit target would be on a 50K account like this thing here that I'm doing here. So, you know, I got nothing to say to you, but what I'm doing, and I think pays off, is set up that 2-lot risk, you know, where you have a very definite, defined $300 or 24 tick stop loss risk. That's your risk. And you figure how many of those you can take in a day for your drawdown or however that works in the XFA. And put the bracket out there and let it work. Then you can do all those things. Decide after you've gotten, you know, your T1, do you bring your stop up to break, you know, to the entry, and, you know, all that trade management kind of crap comes along with it. But yeah, I tell you, that bracket can really help you out a lot. And with size. Especially until you're back you're back into a corner now. When you start out with that, you've got a drawdown and a zero balance. So you need to get some cushion built up, as I understand it. The 3-lot doesn't work for risk neutral setup because it needs to be an even number of contracts just to do that. But yeah, whatever works for you. And this is just like 6 kinds of watching paint dry here based on my time frame. If your time frame is shorter and you're not concerned about the obstacles, these obstacles here, and you're not concerned about it only being 24 to 4 handles from the IB low to the back to the mean. Well, it shouldn't be any question in anybody's mind what the context is. This is about as classic a Gaussian distribution as you can imagine. Little skew north, I guess, just a teensy weensy bit, but from the mean. But here's the mid, which is, I think, the mode. Now, as I was saying, yeah, that would be my suggestion. I think we talked about that the other night. Yeah, until you get your back out of the, till you get out of the corner. Yeah, take care, Antonio. Have a good stream. Until you get your back out of the corner, you get that 3 or 4,000 or whatever you're happy with cushion in your account. Then you've got that plus the drawdown, and then you can start doing trading more, how you normally do or how you feel better doing that. But yeah, that's for sure. My advice would be just trade small and be cautious until you get some, I shouldn't say my advice. If it were me, my philosophy would be to trade small and build up a cushion. And, to set your target on something completely different. Say, okay, I'm going to make, 1 or 2 trades of X points a day until I've done my 5 days and taken a payout. You know what I mean? Something like that where you totally change your target and your thinking, maybe. I don't know. I'm not there, so I'll let you know when I'm when I'm doing it. Which is frustrating, and this market action is pretty frustrating because I need about a trade and a half, and then that combine is, then I'm in the XFA. So with this thing, so that will be then it would be different. I hope the weather's good back there where you are, and your work weekend went well. Hard stink down here. Anybody else? I see numbers piling up over there for views. Throw yourself, say something in the chat, or, send me 10 grand or do something. Actually, I can forget the chat if you send the money. Click the thumbs up, or, and ideally subscribe if this is entertaining or at all useful to you. And I was talking about the trades by, I don't think you were. Oh, great. That's good. I'm happy to hear that. You had said once before that sometimes your work is quite stressful. So I'm glad you had a good weekend. That's great. There we go. That IB statistic is now taken out to the downside. Okay. So there is our statistic satisfied. And now I have to think about when in the last few days, here we go. And it's happening again now. we were in a tight rotational period, and which, as I said in the my IB vetting, suggests a IB failure trade. But a couple of times last week, the context changed more or less before my very eyes. Yet I didn't adapt quick enough to move from looking for the IB failure trade to looking for the IB continuation trade. Now I have to see what's going to happen. This was not an IB continuation trade at all, in my opinion. My idea is that we trade through it as we have done, come back up and test to say right to settlement and can't get any further, and then come back through. That would be more or less the correct setup and stuff. But I have also recognized very definitely that in my trading, at least for now, in this, trading style that I'm developing for now, that the ultimate decision is currently and will be for some time to come discretionary. For my part. Something that I recommend doing now, if you're just listening here, review your setups. Make sure you're right. Okay, I've got my proper setup in there. I've got both selected. I can trade in either in the active data column or the DOM. This is the correct number of contracts, so I only have a couple of setups over there, so I know this is the correct one, a risk neutral setup. And then I can shut that back down. The padlock stays open, the button stays green, meaning that the trade control panel is active. But I get the real estate back on my screen over here. Because it's kind of embarrassing when you think you're going to make a trade and you go clickety poo and there's something. And I'll tell you exactly what happens here. I'll even show you. If, for example, I wanted to look at the NQ or the MES or whatever, let's pick the NQ. Okay, and we go over here and I'm talking blah, 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 blah. And then I decide, okay, I want to go back to the ES. I was getting ready for my trade here. My setup's coming. Guess what happened? Can you see? Look right here. When you change instruments, the trade control panel resets itself to off. Back to both. Confirm the amount of contracts is correct because the multi-brackets will stay as you set them originally. What happens is the trade control panel resets to off. And that's a safety feature, and that's great. But then you can go back here, and now you're ready to take a trade. If it presents itself. It's a couple things to pay attention to now here. This is the IB high, which has been sitting here with 377 contracts for a long time. VI from yesterday, from Friday. This high volume node is the micro composite VPOC from Friday. Here's our low from Friday. Here is our all-time high from Friday, which we have taken out now in the RTH session. However, as the last couple of days have, as the stomach turns, the overnight boys and girls thought it would be a lot of fun to put in a new all-time high way up here at 57.5. 15 points, give or take, above what we did on Friday in the RTH. So, there you go. pretty close to that overnight, or that MVPOC. And this is the new micro composite, which I started here. This was the one that had gone for so long. Then we gapped up and out. We didn't close the gap, just about, but did not. So I left these hanging until we started getting some overlap in price here, and I decided to move a new volume micro composite here on Friday, Thursday, Wednesday, and the associating high and low volume nodes. Yeah, there's an old belief that the market will go back and repair damaged or incomplete structure from other sessions, like singles, for example. The market profile over here. This string of singles through here. I can't see them myself. I don't like that damn blue, but let's see what happens if I change the background color. That's a little easier to see, I guess. So this string of singles right here, and the mark, we tagged that out and then back up we went. Okay. For a second there, I'm not exactly Mr. Presentation guy here, so I sometimes frequently forget to change the screens and whatever else to what I'm talking about, so I apologize. But that time I had them, so I'm improving. There's hope, I guess. This gray line is marking where the single print started. That was on coming up from the bottom. Over there. Okay, boy, this is fun, huh? This is as much fun as you can have with your clothes on right here, I'll tell you. Maybe not. We did take out that liquidity that's been hanging on down there. It was about 206 contracts, if memory serves. You can go back in the stream and check that out. They traded them out and down they went. And we've got Mr. 300, and he's up to 372 down here now. At essentially the IB high from Friday. And that came in the book early on. That came in the book at 9 o'clock in the morning, so there you are. I try to keep this $1 high, and I try to keep the entire session visible here with it. I put this marker so I don't have to look down at the clock and I can just see that obnoxious blue looking thing over there for at the beginning of each session. And then when I think I would be getting to a point of interacting, like now, I would do this. I would zoom in more. So are we going to, is this going to be an IB continuation trade or an IB failure trade? The thing that puts me off, very frankly, right now is all of these levels right here. Each one of these is a target where people, traders have put their stops. Anybody that thought we were getting short down here loaded the boat above the settlement and developing value area low, and now we've got the mid down here. So I am skeptical about an IB continuation trade right here. And I'll be the first to say that. I'm very skeptical about trading this week at all, with all the numbers and the uncertainty and the goofiness going on. What would they be trying to achieve over here? What do we have now? Well, this P-shaped profile, according to market profile lore, indicates short covering. From where? You know? Where the hell? When we put in the new all-time high of the day, everybody went short. I mean, that doesn't make sense to me. Obviously, they were all long going up there to the all-time high. I would think. I don't know. I got to stop there. Yeah. Have a good one there, GA. Tom time refers to the TLab when Tom does a live stream in the TLab, which I talk about in the pre-market and recommend in the pre-market every day. He does a live stream from 10:30 Central Standard Time until 12. I don't participate over there anymore or listen. You can find it in Bookmap and in YouTube, and then review it in the evening, or is what I do, because I'm doing this now. Right? This is my journal, and I'm streaming it, which was actually a recommendation, I think, by Tom maybe at one point, was the importance of journaling and the importance of doing this, and somewhere along the line somebody over there suggested using OBS and doing your thing. So that resonated with me well, and here I am a year and change later or something. Not to take anything away from anybody, but I find it much more beneficial to see things in real time rather than go back and look in the rearview mirror, which is what has to happen in those kind of situations, where go back and review what trading happened so far. Well, we have been doing it. We've been doing that live and real time right now, right here, since the pre-market started at 8 o'clock in the morning and the open at 8:30, and we've been live and alive and direct and narrating as we go, as the market has actually laid out rather than, oh, here's the third top and here's the third test and I went long down here and I got short up here. You know what I mean? No matter who it is, the minute they start doing rear view mirror stuff, my eyes glaze over and I think, oh yes, okay, money walks and bullshit talks, right? And when I look back and review something, like I want to make sure, why didn't I recognize that this was a change in context or something? I'm very clear about saying this is not any kind of a rear view mirror prognostication or, this is strictly, you do have to look back and analyze things. And there's a big difference there. The boss is calling. That usually means something good. I am, as I said earlier, way earlier, very cautious this week, and I can't really trade in this environment when there's no range here for me. And there's big risk right here and here. Here's the POC there's the VWAP for the RTH, and there's the POC. Well, how many stops from here to here to here to here to here? How many stops are here, do you suppose? How much fuel is up there? This has been our rotation. With this little excursion down here. Now, there's not enough room for an IB failure trade. And this excursion down here makes me scratch my head. Well, should I be looking for an IB continuation trade here? That's, remember, this is my journal, so I'm thinking out loud. Well, this is definitely a decision point that I'm not comfortable. Here's what happens with me, at least. Look at the bigger picture. See all these obstacles. There's meat on the bone, that all the stuff I've been talking about. Here's a breakout. Come back. We don't get through this, and now will we continue down for an IB continuation trade here? The other way to look at that is, which is what others do here in the group. Here we have it's called a bar trade. This is a breakout and retest, and oftentimes a breakout and retest the other way. Typically, it goes, I believe, my problem with the breakout and retest of the bar trade is which way to go with it. I think the way to go with it is lean towards context, which in this case would be the only excursion we've made is lower. Whether that means anything or not, because don't forget we have the overnight volume point of control up here, which is the highest and most revisited price. We also have things below us, including 369 contracts of liquidity laying down here. But I'm not comfortable enough in this environment in this week to take this short, frankly. Wow. I think I could go, cut the hay and come back and this thing would stay the same. My advice is in this environment, in this week, be extremely cautious. If you've got a setup that you have vetted, which is what I'm trying to do in the process of with the IBs now, then you can take that if it fits your criteria. But obviously, the tantamount goal, in my opinion, now is risk management and account preservation. Okay, so here we are, stuck in the middle again. I think that was a song at one point. Something to the left of me, something to the right. Here I am, stuck in the middle again. I am not upset about this at all, but I am aware of it and I have recognized it. I'm pleased about that. And I am certainly not going to grab the mouse and start clicking like I'm killing snakes, you know? That's faux show. Okay, where am I now with this thing? Oh, got quite a ways to go. Okay. The EU pledges no electronic transmission tax in deal with the US. So who is that? Who have they cooked a deal with there? I guess electronic transmission tax would be internet stuff and, you know, Elon Musky kind of things, I guess. I don't know. I don't know what that would mean, to be honest, but what I'm looking at is this. And then now they're going to buy $750 billion in U.S. energy and invest $800 billion by 2028. Do they have? 800 billion to invest where? Why would the EU want to invest? I don't quite understand the motivation there. I don't understand that. And who knows? The problem with this environment we're in is who the hell knows if that's even remotely true. You know, that's, yeah. They've pushed off the China tariffs again for another 90 days. Oh, there's that. All right, so this is not an environment that I think is conducive to a successful trade. in my time frame with my parameters. So you should ask yourself the same thing. You know, if you enter here, where do you think you're going? You've got levels here, obstacles here, 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 and here to get up here. I'm not saying at all that any of those opportunities or possibilities won't happen. I'm talking about it from my perspective. I'm thinking out loud here in my journal. This was an anomaly, and I'm not real sure what the point was. There wasn't any resting. There was one resting liquidity here, but not very much that we took out. We have 357 contracts resting down here. And we've got, what do we have up the road here? Interestingly enough, there's no liquidity resting at the overnight volume point of control. Nothing. Really. Or even really anywhere up the line. The biggest liquidity I see in the book at this point is 356 at 64.10. And you can scale in, you know, so this starts looking like a real good deal. But it is 2 points from here to here. 2. If you're happy making 1.5 points or something, knock yourself out. But my risk neutral scale, my minimum risk neutral package is for 2 lots. Risk neutral scale is 3 points or 12 ticks. And then the runner's 48. Well, there has been no possible area where even after the scale is the runner that I see. So that's that. Oh, now what are we going to do? Are we going to get an IB continuation here? Where are we? Oh, man. Been a lot of these moves have been registering in the 12 to 1 area lately. But I'm not in a position to do that. I'm going to narrate and I'm going to watch it for sure. I would say likely that we're going to go down towards this, at least this level here. Likely to the old IB where we got these 361 contracts have been laying down here for a while. The problem is this is not, it doesn't really qualify as an IB continuation trade, I guess, in my opinion. You could say so. You know, we tested through it. We came up, tested back down, came up and didn't get anywhere, and we pulled off. What are we doing here? We're not getting past this consolidation area here. This small fractal right here. I'm going to be content to not waste any bullets here. But you could make a case for the IB continuation at these tests. Now you'd be getting kind of nervous because you're coming right back into your, coming right back to where the entry would be, and didn't get back up here to the IB. So yeah, I'm not saying it's not going to go straight down, but it's going to do so without me for now. And I guess not, huh? Don't feel any compulsion to trade. I mean, I certainly don't. If you do and you make a lot of money, let me know. This is a bad environment. This is for me and my style. If you're cleaning up here, good for you. We finally got down a little bit, did we? Just looking here, I would say that this would be the IB failure, IB continuation right here. And then, of course, down we go. Oh, good. I wasn't here, and therefore didn't take it, but good idea anyway. I have to change the schedule around the house here from the boss's cooking and lunch. We've been getting these moves in the 12 o'clock. And then also we have the, this also brings up the 12 to 1 trade frequently. And that's just happened here. Oh, nice. 3.2K. There you go. Good deal. That's great. I'm on, yeah, I'm unmuted. Good for you. That's super. Well, looks like you're getting on the right side of things. That's great. Yeah. Yeah, that's if that's the way your trade plan and your risk appetite works, good for you. It wouldn't work for me. But well, coming from different angles, you know what I mean? So the 12-to-1 trade, if you don't know what that is, anyone listening here, I'm not sure where it exactly comes from. I know there was a closing point trade that we used to, anyway, who cares, right? I know that that Tom has talked about it in the TLab and Ned and a few others over there. So that part I know for sure. But where it originated from, it seems to me that it was market profile days. But in any case, it's real simple. If the market is directional or out of balance, let me see something. There we go. If the market's out of balance, and if we put in a new high or low for the day between 12 to 1, there is an extremely high probability, and I shouldn't quote things like this because I don't know what the actual statistic is, but in any case, there's a high probability that we will put in a higher high or low, whichever occurred during 12 to 1, in the balance of the RTH trading session. And oftentimes it's like the IB statistic, right? It can happen fairly quick. For example, 12 to 1, right? So here's 12. And here's 1. And we put in a new low right here. The market was essentially out of balance by this time to the downside, and then put in a new low. So theoretically, technically speaking, that statistic has been satisfied. I'm disappointed because, as I've said earlier and 1,000 other times, I'm trying to work on vetting the IB trade, and I just got to change the schedule around here or not leave the office for the entire session. Maybe that's the next thing I've got to do. Because right here was the IB continuation test setup and the entry, right? And down you go. And now it is down to, what is it down to? Well, 23, there's 10 points. There's another handful of points. So that would have gotten both scales in my risk neutral setup, my risk neutral package, without any heat whatsoever, case closed. So that's the way I want to trade them. I'm getting crap about the connection broken here. What's going on? Looks like it's connected to me. Still haven't taken out that VPOC, MCVPOC yet. Do you see that? Which, incidentally, is right here. And then, now this liquidity down here is lifted off. It was down here for such a long time. This one did get taken out finally, this IB high. That was those three. That was the location for those 300 and odd contracts that was here forever. So, yeah, market's auctioning out pretty well now. I will likely not get another trade opportunity today. So that's pretty disappointing from my point of view. I guess I'm going to just have to not leave the office for the trading session. About 2 or 3 times now that has happened during the lunch, during the 12 to 1. And of course, the minute I stand here all day, nothing will, but you know. Now, none of this changes the fact that we put in a new all-time high last night in the ETH. Don't mean to do that, way up here. 57, half. And we have traded lower only all day. So that doesn't, I would still suspect at some point in the very near future, we'll get up there for that. I'm also kind of about halfway expecting us to get down to this micro composite VPOC also. Interestingly enough, we are right down to the weekly expected move as calculated from the implied volatility. Right there it is. That was, these have been here since 1700 last night. I calculate them just after the RTH Open every day. So there's the expected move, and up above us here is and below us in either direction is a weekly expected move. There's the expected move up and down, and there's also a few. There's the weekly expected move, and there's the expected move on the upside. And same case down there somewhere. Yeah, right there. Interesting. In this consolidation area here, right? I'm continually trying to check myself from getting in too tight, you know. That's why I'm doing this. Where am I? That's why I'm doing this latest idea with the book map, where I keep the entire session in view until I'm gonna dial in and do something, or dial in and hopefully do something. Boy, did I ever miss my opportunity right there. This is a classic example of just walking away for a minute and then boom. Anyway, what I was going to say is that, like, looking at that Renko chart and the big area of consolidation, it's sometimes just makes almost more sense to look at just a bigger picture, right? Where did we come? Turn those profiles back on before I forget about that. Sometimes it gets lost in the soup. You see what I mean? I don't see any real big size parked out here anywhere. like we had earlier this morning when we had a 360 right here. And this big spot along there. It did lift off, however, before it traded out. You notice that? Liquidity lifted out of there. It didn't trade out. Or lifted, I don't know, lifted or dropped down to here. I'm not sure which. I wasn't standing here, so I don't know. I'm so disappointed about this, though. And boy, look at that. We've had one little hiccup here in the POC all day. That's pretty phenomenal. Typically, this column is full of VPOC migration tags. That's pretty funny. I just noticed that. Sorry, wrong window. We only got one VPOC. There's one little hiccup right here. It's the only VPOC migration maneuver we had, and we're still sitting on it. Just 2 flags. Typically, there's 10. Not uncommon. And we're only at 723,000 contracts. That explains a lot. %82 volume compared to average volume at this time. Right there. Change the background. I can rotate through the background colors here with this because I can't, these dark letters, typically I'm not really studying in on, zoomed in or studying the market profile necessarily. And when it's black, I can't see these dark, it looks like a hole, which I know from experience means there's singles there. Obviously there's no hole, but it's nicer to see, and I think better for the stream to see. The way this works is that I've got the singles marked, so this is the first single. So this string of singles were put in on the way up. I think that doesn't make sense. Here's H. Yeah, of course it does. Okay, yeah, of course it does. C, D, E, F, and there's the first F single. So they were, it flags the first one on the, so you know which direction they were heading when they left the single line or started printing singles. Another famous micro market profile is a one time frame, and we're not doing that now, but it's another common one. And these are the times when I need to be extra vigilant, because you can start talking yourself into stuff. And that's also why I am specifically focused on the IB, on vetting the IB trades. And after a couple more, I will figure that I've got them. But I don't need to just recognize them here. I need to actually take them. That's what I'm doing now. So I've got to get 1 or 2 more, and then I will be, in my opinion, figure that I've got the IB trades vetted. And then start looking for the next one, the next setup, and to work on. As I said some time ago, the idea for doing it with the IB trades, of which there's just 2, the IB failure, the IB continuation, they are... but the key part of that, I'm sure you noticed, is that you can trade both environments. IB continuation trade, which is right here, a perfect example. Here's the IB continuation trigger setup. You're entered. Setup trigger. You're entered. Absolutely no heat, all the way down to 10 or 12 points. And it hasn't got any heat yet, but this is where my targets would be. At that point, you can start thinking about how you're going to manage your target. Like, for example, are you going to extend your your target down to say the MCVPOC, your final target, and then manage the trade behind it? Those are different. That's another level. But the thing about the IB trade is that there's two. There's the IB continuation, which works in a directional market, and then there is the IB failure, which would work in a rotational market. So pretty disappointed in myself right here, I'll tell you. Oof. And I have no more opportunities here. There will not be another IB continuation or IB trade setup in my book in the balance of this day. So that was a lost opportunity, even though I like the saying, there's no lost opportunities, there's only the next one. But so to kind of take it around the horn here, this is we're going to be in the power. Oh, we are in the power hour. 10 minutes. The cash session will close at 50 minutes. Top of the hour, 1500, and that's when I close the stream to reopen next tomorrow morning at 0800 for pre-market and analysis of the overnight, etc. One thing that's really important to repeat here. There are 18 3-star events in this week. None today. So in 4 days. Consumer confidence, jolts, retail inventories, GDP, non-farm employment change, crude oil inventory, FOMC statement, and interest rate decision. That's about a huge deal there. And the press conference. Thursday, we've got the core PCE and initial jobless claims. And then Friday, we got the granddaddy of them all, the non-farm payrolls. Plus unemployment rate, plus global S&P global PMI, manufacturing PMI and PMI. Big week. Okay. And Michigan. Jesus, criminy Christ. This investing.com is free. So is Financial Juice. So, you can have your own. If you want to pay for that, live real time, 10 minutes ahead of real time, I don't know, whatever they sell, you can do that. But this is this is definitely what I use are free. So it's good for everybody. I think that helps. And on top of that, it's a big earnings week. Visa, Procter & Gamble, Microsoft, Meta, Qualcomm, ARM, Apple, Amazon, MasterCard, Exxon and Chevron, the energy starts kicking in. Oh, Berkshire Hathaway's on Monday. 1.4 trillion. Wow. Yeah, so it's going to be quite the week. And I am extra disappointed in myself for not being able to stay the course here and take this trade that I've been anticipating. Because we probably won't have, this kind of a nice paced, orderly auction. It's very likely that won't be the case in the balance of the week. I'm not saying I know, I'm just speculating. And also, don't forget that we have the random risk component. So that whole side, Trump and that group have been pretty quiet today as far as shaking the market up. But that's always an ever-present danger these days. Or ever-present risk to consider. So you trade with Bookmap, you need to activate and trade control panel. Select a way that you're going to interact with the application to trade with your mouse. You use the chart. The only place your mouse trading works is in this active data column. Use DOM. The only place you can trade with a mouse is the DOM columns. And both obviously is both columns. You can always use your keyboard hotkeys if you've enabled that in either of the three selections. Something has to be selected over here, otherwise nothing works as far as trading. And one other caveat about the keyboard is you have to have the computer focus here in the browser or Bookmap. I also trade with, I'm just kind of going around the horn again here. I also trade with multi-brackets. This is the smallest multi-bracket risk neutral package that I have. And the way these work is that they need to be in even numbers. The stop for the entire package is at one location. The risk neutral scale is at the same stop distance, but in the positive, obviously, and it's for half of the package. At this point, once this is achieved, it's risk neutral. The worst you can possibly do is scratch, which is not, means nothing. And then there's a runner. And of course you can do that in multiples of contracts. Here's a 4 lot, 12 ticks, 2 contracts, 12 ticks, and 2 runners. That's how it works. And when we had high volatility around, whatever they called that, we're going to put tariffs on islands full of penguins. Obviously 12 ticks was way too tight. And you can determine the stop size here any way you do your homework, your risk appetite, your risk tolerance compared to your account size, based on ATR, based on harmonic rotations, and always considering the risk your risk management for your account size. And then once that's established, the risk neutral target, or the T1, target 1, is fixed. It's for half of the package, and it's for the same number of ticks as is the stop. Then you can split the runners up any way you want. I then make sure that it's the right package selection. Click this again so that I get the real estate back. And I have this visible, and it will show all the same same data as would be right here. But I have set it so that it's only in ticks, not money, because I don't believe you should trade that. And then, of course, once this is activated like that, I get to close all close the position and cancel all open orders. So I can do everything up there. What else here? They got pretty sneakily close to that micro composite VPOC there, but no cigar.
Acapulco no era un lugar para una niña de mi edad. Con solo 4 años enfrenté la soledad. Del bus te vi pasar y la calle caminar, y a pesar del miedo que me dio, no pude ni llorar, llorar, llorar. Eres la niña perdida, el chico me preguntó. No había entendido que esa niña era yo, era yo, era yo. Después de 6 horas encontré donde bajar, crucé la calle, di con el lugar, se abrió la puerta y todo mi mundo me abrazó, me abrazó, me abrazó. Estaba sola frente al mar. Nunca me voy a olvidar. Estaba sola frente al mar. Acapulco era el lugar.
By the way, if you're hanging out in the stream, smash thumbs up, or if you want to. I start the stream every morning at 8 o'clock Central Standard Time with a pre-market analysis of the overnight, etc. And then it runs all day, as I just got through saying. If you could, I'd appreciate it very much if you subscribed. And just drop something in the chat. How is, I don't have any monitors in the office here because I like it quiet. But I got a subscription to the music channel there that's copyright and everything free to work with YouTube. I can't tell if it's too loud, too soft, if it's okay. So if you could drop something in the chat about it, okay or not okay or whatever else, too loud, too soft, that would be appreciated. Just a point about the risk neutral package, that basic package, when both profit targets 1 and 2 are realized, that's 60 ticks. So you can do the math. I'm sure. Approaching the bottom of that hour, give around the curve for the final 30-minute bracket. In order to get these get profiled out, play nice with the chart on this computer and this setup that I have. These are 1 point price levels, right? So it's not tick by tick. So that's, be sure you understand that or recognize that. We're getting ready to roll over to the M bracket, which will, notice that the L bracket's only 3 TPOs here so far. A lot of liquidity fussing around here, huh? Look at all this junk going on.
todas tus lágrimas y darte todo mi amor. Te quiero dar amor cuando sientas dolor. Quiero acompañarte hasta que te salga el sol. Besar todas tus lágrimas y darte todo mi amor.
noche ha llegado acá y en tu vida puedes dejar la soledad, siempre contigo ella está. Si duérmete, mi angelito, sueña con tranquilidad. Duérmete,
discussion here with some guys in static about the IBC today. The question was, why was this, in my opinion, the perfect IBC, and and this one not? Well, so we came straight through it with a V shape, typically a V reversal. There was no trigger or anything, just, that's a liquidity vacuum right there, or a sweep, in my opinion. In fact, we came back up through, and these would be considered by me almost tests for the IB failure trade, because we came up through, we tested down, we couldn't get through it, we tried again, we couldn't get through it, we tried again, we couldn't get through it, right? And again, I spoke several times here today about the fact that there was no range here for my trade. What's the range? There's 24, and what do you got? The POC, you've got the mid, or the VWAP, and then the POC. So where's your range? Where are you going to get your scale? The profitable scale, for example. Other way around, here we come down. We come down through the IB, consolidate, test up, right back down under it, and here was the real trigger, I believe. Obviously, this is rear view mirror trading, right? When this is happening on the hard right edge, here's what you see. Well, let's see if I can do that. You see that. You don't see the other one, right? But in reality, there's the trigger, and the rest is history. So we were just going over that in static. And now here we are back up again. Back up to the IB low. Of course, it's the cash is closed, and I'm not taking any more trades. So have a great night. Thanks for dropping by. Smack a thumbs up or whatever, and subscribe. Would be honored. I'd be an honor. Then, either way, I'll be back on at 8 o'clock in the morning for the pre-market, and here we go again for another day's trading. Have a great night. Go out and do something for your health, your family. Get some exercise, get away from the screens. You need to be balanced and healthy. Have a good one.